Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
Hello, it is I, Elle-C, together with my bestie Alexis, and welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 5 jewels, Nagato. Arigachudeyo. To be honest, I have no idea what those actually do, but thank you either way. Alright. Like, I have no idea what those gifts are. Perhaps somebody could enlighten me. Okay, with that said. I'm doing Legend of Heroes, a tier of Vermilion today. And I might be very close to beating the game. With that said, I'm gonna chill for a while. Right here before the main stream. And by chilling, I mean work on a commission. I think I will work on a commission. Right here. I have an L-Talks coming up 9:30 tomorrow. It's a clip from one of my L-Talks. For those of you who missed it, it's about why I love drawing. For those who are following along with Drawing with Elle, it might be very helpful. And for those who are following along with my drawing with Elle sessions, all you need is a pencil or a pen or your tablet or your phone. Anything you can draw with. Next time, we won't be using watercolors. Next time, we'll be doing some gesture drawing perhaps, and maybe some figure drawing. Anime style. Abstracted. Simplified. That said, let's work on this. Let's see. Hey, Snow. See what Meteor Guard said. How is your game release going, Snow? Like maybe if you have a link to the game release, I could boost it on my channel a bit next time. I make a community post or something. Okay, it's very stressful right now. Understood. Even outer left eye. Got it. So left, her left, I guess. Game isn't live right now. Some of your files are too big. Oof. Where is the release on? Is it on itch? Is it on Steam? So this one, make it less thin, I guess, is what mid-tier was requesting. Understood. itch.io. Push it on Steam. Understood. I'm going to have Reggie here as a guest. Eventually. Yes, Ronnie's Reggie. So Ronnie and Reggie will be here pretty soon, I guess. Sent gold coin for 10 jewels. Arigatou dayo, Snow. Okay, somebody explain to me what all these gifts are. Like, I've been getting those recently, and I do thank you for them, but like, what do they do? Like, they show some giant GIF GIF graphics interchange format something when you send them, and that's about it. And it's only visible on mobile too. What do those do? How do those work? Make it make sense, senpai. By the way, I'm going to be uploading my L-Talks on why I love to draw 9:30 today. GG easy, yeah, see, I see that thing again. Like, what are those? Like, I see them on mobile via sort of animation or something. I get a portion of it? Oh, arigatou da yo. You have to buy the gifts. Like bits on Twitch. Actually, let me see that. Let me confirm that, because I've been getting those gifts recently. Wonder how those work. Go to earn on YouTube, super send gifts. Yeah, all I see are super chats. How does that overview maybe? Nothing. Maybe like this. What's up, Kurumi? Hey, Orc. Arigatou, Leo. Thank you for the gifts. How do those even work? Let me check YouTube Studio. I get a portion of it. Hey. So does that mean that means I should maybe remove the ads for today? Let me see. Like how? Revenue. July ongoing. I made $49 this July. I made $95 in June. Somehow, for some reason, that Shorelia drawing, that Shorelia AI animation, which I drew myself, is performing well. $14? What? Wow. Hey guys, it says $14 here. So maybe I should remove the ads. Who's that girl in the right side of the thumbnail? Amel? Her name is Amel. She is Avid's sister. Okay, I guess that's about. I guess that's even enough. Bestie says I should lean towards making the hat floppier. Let me see the whatchamacallit, the reference that a mid-tier gave me. Should I? Yeah, the hat is pretty big actually. The hat is way big. I don't know if I should though. Maybe I'll give it a try. All the smoke hit the ground hard. Oh yeah, there's been a fire recently, huh? Still need to work on the details of the armor pieces and all. Yeah, making the hat a bit floppier kind of works actually. Hawaii the show. Now for the moonlight. Shouldn't get any wildfires living next to a lake. I feel like I should erase this moonlight here if her cloak is there. So I should erase part of the moonlight here. But let's try not erasing it. Yeah, I should probably erase this moonlight. Partially. More like that. Then give the clothing some tattered look. Yes. Well, I guess I'm done with that. For now. Now, maybe we'll take a look at one of Elle's bedtime stories once again. And to really sell this, I'll just switch to Elle-C Cafe and we can just give it a listen. Read with Elle. Elle's wonderful bedtime stories. The fudge is this? Bedtime with Millie. Oh, here it is. I'm actually number 1 on. Never mind. Actually, number 1 on this search term. Perfect. Yosh! We're gonna give a listen to Elle-C's bedtime stories. While waiting. Hello, and welcome to Elle-C's bedtime stories, number 15. And yes, good evening to everyone watching right now. So I actually wrote this story just a few minutes ago. I finished writing it just a few minutes ago. But I feel that with the edits I've made to the initial draft, this is good enough to share with all of you today. I am very proud. Tonight, I am very proud to share this story with you. So, let us begin. Focus. A tale of a lens that never adjusts. Act 1. Oh, if only some power would give us the little gift to see ourselves the way others see us. Robert Burns. Are we there yet, Saren? Lugging that giant tube around had better be worth it. Nah, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a while, Lyra. It takes a few minutes for the air inside to settle. I just finished setting up the base, so I'll have to let it cool a bit first, given that humidity is particularly high today. Yeah, exactly! Humidity! The reading today is like... Lyra paused to check her phone. OMG! It's 75% at 32 degrees Celsius! There's no wind even! No wonder I feel like I'm baking out here. Ah, come on. Don't be such a drama queen, Lyra. I promise, the view will be worth it. Lyra threw her arms up in exasperation. View this, view that. I don't get what's so special about astral photography or whatever it is you're doing anyway. You know, I wouldn't be here if you didn't promise me I'd get to see something amazing. And it's already been 15 minutes of nothing. It's not astral photography, Lyra. The correct term is astrophotography. But, you know, I can't even do that much with this telescope. It's a reflector type. But there's this star I've been tracking for the past few weeks. And I think I've found just the right angle for it. It might not show up that well today, given the weather conditions, but... Sorry. Must be the air tonight. Huh? So are you saying you called me out here for an amazing view that I might not even get to see? Are you alright, Saren? In the head, I mean. So anyway, I need to adjust these 3 small screws at the back of the telescope. First, since the object isn't centered according to the eyepiece, I'm sort of just eyeballing things from here. Here, let me see that. Saren, there's nothing here. It's just a big blurry mess, like someone just used Gaussian blur times 9999 and Photoshop or something. Don't shift it around so violently. I was trying to get in focus and now you've totally shifted it. I'll need to check for polar alignment and find true north. Yeah, you better get something for that, Saren. Looks like it's turning into a cold or something. But hey, if you just wanted to play Little Astronomer, I can show you this thing here. Check it out. Stellarium Mobile. Could absolutely see anything here, and it's the exact same thing you nerdy, sciencey types love nerding out for. It's not the same thing. There was something I wanted to show you here, you know? In real life and all. It's important to me. If you say so. Oh, there it is. I saw it, Lyra. I think it's kind of bluish, like a single soft point. Oh, so this is the amazing view we've all been waiting for. Can I take a peek? No, it's gone now. Not sure if I can recalibrate the telescope in time. I think it wasn't just one light. One side felt warmer, the other didn't. Sorry. Things don't feel so optimal right now. I think I'll pack it in for the day. Ah, wait, so that's it? Where was this amazing view you were talking about? I mean, I came all the way here and helped you set this up, and I've been waiting for 15 minutes. Sorry about that, Lyra. Tonight wasn't quite optimal. I'm gonna cap the lens now. I need to write something into my astral photography journal. You like to sit with me here a bit longer? Nah, seriously, this felt like a big waste of time. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you telling me about this amazing view. Tell you what, I'll come back tomorrow and we'll see what's up. I think there's some big news that you might be interested in coming up too. This one will be right up your alley, Saren. Anyways, I'm sweating buckets. Gonna go home and shower and maybe play a few matches in ML. Ranked, of course. ML, huh? How's that working out for you? Dark System teammates as usual. See ya, Saren. Good night, Lyra. Act 2. Saren, you sure this is the same telescope? I swear, it feels twice as heavy today. Doubtful? I actually have a gravity-based weighing scale. We can use it and it's only about 8 kilograms. Forget it. I'm not lugging this thing all the way back inside. Is this place okay? Yes, that should be fine. Thank you, Lyra. It's nothing. Anyway, Saren, so while you're playing around with your little astral photography project, have I got some exciting news for you, my friend. Yeah, Lyra, if it's about the new NASA exhibit at the museum. I already know about it. Okay, found it. Now I need to turn the focus knob. Slowly. Yeah, so forget about your little science experiment for a second. I mean, you're just playing around, right? But NASA, girl, NASA. They actually have a high-powered telescope there, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to see a rinky-dinky star from there. Yep. Really fascinating, isn't it, Lyra? It's a decommissioned research telescope. So it has an 8-meter wide mirror, while mine is about just 8 inches. Rinky-dinky indeed. Not to mention the motorized tracking system with AI-controlled precision. It's no wonder they need to rent out one entire wing to house it. Exactly! That's what I'm talking about. So if you just want to see the stars, then we should absolutely go there, right now. I think it's only a 1-week exhibit, and there are limited slots available. I know, right, Lyra? Distant galaxies, nebula, all the colors of the universe, at least within our observable spectrum. Makes you think, doesn't it? Whoa there! Don't get all sciencey and mushy on me at the same time, Saren. It's not that, Lyra. I mean... Saren paused for a moment and stared up at the night sky. Haven't you ever thought about the meaning of all the stars around us? Well, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Basically, that huge-ass telescope makes yours useless because it can see things that yours can't. So anyway, you've only got a week and I know you like the stars and all that, so let's go see it. You can even show me this amazing view that you've been talking about. Sure, Lyra. The NASA telescope can see things millions of light years away. But can it show you what's already there? Okay, color me confused. I mean, of course it can. That's why it has that huge-ass lens thing. Oh, wait. I think I have it, Lyra. Come and take a look. Quick. Sheesh. I'm there. Relax, girl. It's not like we can see it some other time. At the museum, I mean. Oh. So, this is it. Yeah. Do you see it? I mean, I may need to recalibrate the telescope a bit more before we get a really good pic. But, you see what I'm focusing on right now? Come on, Saren. I saw like 2 very faint, kinda blue and light yellow orbs there for a few seconds. Anyway, I'm gonna go. If you wanna see that NASA exhibit tonight, you don't wanna see it, I thought you'd be more excited, you know. It's your hobby, but for actual professionals. Oh, yeah. I think I'm going to pack it in for the night, Lyra. Saren wiped the lens of her telescope gently before capping it. I need to protect it from moisture. I think I'll sit out here a little bit longer. I need to write into my astral photography journal again. Stay a bit? Ha! No thanks. I'll see you around. I'll send you some pics of the NASA scope. You keep playing around with that little toy you have. Good night, Lyra. Act 3. There. I think that should do it. Saren turned the focus knob ever so slowly, gripping it gently but firmly and turning it almost telepathically, almost as if she were moving it with her mind. The image appeared, like a blurry dot at first, slightly elongated, then it slowly split into 2. Almost. But it's gonna slip back if I rush it. So anyway, Saren, did you see those pics I took from the big old NASA telescope? That's the kind of thing professionals do. Uh-huh. The pics were very nice, Lyra. Excuse me for a bit. It's not far. It's just not aligned yet. Seriously, you've been at this for a month now. Don't you think it's time to give up? I mean, if you went with me to that NASA exhibit, you could probably have seen that star or whatever it is easily. Yes, but this is important to me, Lyra. Just a little more. Saren, you're sweating. Cold. Does it really take that much effort to adjust the scope? Like, why bother? No one cares about it except you. Oh, well, I'm just so close and, you know, I need it for my astral photography journal. Suddenly, Saren's eyes lit up with excitement. There, it's perfect now. The alignment is optimal. No blur, no stretching, and clearly 2 stars. Would you like to take a look? Huh? Nah, I think I'll pass. I know. I think I've grown out of this astral photography thing you've got going. Let me know when you want to visit that NASA exhibit. I've got a bolt. ML time, you know. Season ender and all. Understandable. So, you don't even want to take a peek? It's really amazing, you know. I mean, not spectacular, just quietly amazing. Don't get me wrong, Saren, but I know exactly what amazing means to you. Yeah, it's just not my cup of tea. Tell you what, I'll meet you halfway and take a look at this star you found tomorrow. It's ML grind day today. Okay, I'll be waiting till then. Not sure if I can get this kind of focus again, though. I'm gonna pack it in for the night. I think I'll leave that telescope set, in case you come by. Yeah, no promises, but I'll try, Saren. It's ML, you know, ML. Good night, Lyra. The night after, at Saren's place. What's this? Isn't this that astral photography journal that she writes about all the time? On the front cover of the journal were the words, "For Lyra," in big bold letters. Lyra turned the pages slowly, carefully, sensing something was different this time. To my dearest friend, I'm not sure what it was about us, but I felt that we really got along, you know. We didn't exactly like the same things. We were opposites most of the time. But then again, there were those rare moments when we'd find something special that we both liked together. And we'd spend countless nights just talking and talking. Those moments when we'd talk till 3 a.m. when work was waiting at sunrise. I wouldn't trade those for anything in the world. Thank you for the memories. Thank you for being there and indulging me in my hobbies, even though I knew you didn't really care. Tonight, when you see the stars, those beautiful twin stars that I finally managed to catch with my rinky-dinky telescope, please take a good long look at them. One warmer, the other softer. If I had one more wish, I'd wish you'd think of us when you look at those stars tonight. For a moment, we were shining. Good night, and goodbye, Lyra. Your friend always, Saren. The end. Well, I hope you enjoyed this Elle-C bedtime stories. Focus. A tale of a lens that never adjusts. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Alrighty. What up, Ronnie and Kurumi? Are you ready, Ronnie? Alrighty then. Maybe we'll just do right. Maybe we'll just do a private call right here. Ready? And a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, you're already there. Never mind. Okay, here we are. Right. Let me show the Discord.
Let me mute the YouTube.
There we go.
There we go. I muted YouTube. Oh yeah, I can still hear you. Okay, good.
All right.
Good evening, the chat. Evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. And we got my boy Reggie over here. And I think my microphone is tuned because it was a little low when I jumped on. I had to tweak it, and it's really annoying. Like I have to turn that knob on like a
I think
hair.
your
It's
mic
like
is
literally,
fine. I think it sounds
Cool.
perfect.
It's good now. Yeah. I mean, I at this point I got the flow figured out. It's just super annoying that I have to turn it like not even like a tiny bit. It's like almost like turning it like an arc minute or an arc second. Like Lyra would be able to tell you about this. A circle is made of degrees, right? So a smaller part. What is the smaller unit than degrees?
No idea.
That would be arc minutes and arc seconds. I basically have to turn this knob an arc second up or down to get the volume right, and it's super annoying. If I make it any louder than like an arc second, it's like it like sounds like all like buzzy and loud and crap. But if I turn it a little lower, then it just falls off. And then I join a stream, and then I'm being told like, "Oh, you're really low, man." But some people don't even tell you you're low, and then you find out later. But anyway, let's roll. All right. So, question for you, L. You know when you use ChatGPT, and it gives you that button on the bottom that says intelligence level instant. Mine's right now instant
Uh-huh.
5.5,
I don't
medium,
live there.
high.
I mean,
Okay,
set
because
it
then
to
there's like
whatever.
I now got new options too, but I didn't even know about these new options. Apparently, we could do 5.6 soul, 5.5 or 5. But you don't care if it's instant,
I
medium,
don't
or
li-
high. But that's the main
yeah,
ones I
I don't
care
really
about.
care. It's all the same to me.
Okay, I have it on instant. I have it on instant mainly because in theory it should be faster and it might give us like not so overly concise. It might give us more concise answers.
Yep.
But yeah, I'll keep it at that then. Okay.
So basically.
So yeah, you got any questions? You got anything for me to give Reggie?
All
Yeah,
right.
give us the intro.
Okay then. Maybe he just like to type this or use dictator or something. But hey, Reggie, it's Elle. So I have a hypothetical question. In a no-holds-barred fight, who would win? Prime Bruce Lee or Prime Steven Seagal?
That's spelled like C. Oh yeah, Seagal. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Hey Reggie, it's L. In a no holds barred fight, who would win? Prime Bruce Lee or Prime? Oh, I wrote Primer. Prime Steven Seagal. Is that the correct question?
Correct.
Cool.
So I'm going to predict that Reggie is going to say Bruce Lee would definitively win, which is consistent with the statistical consensus from the internet.
Well, let's see here. He's gonna start talking in a few seconds, and then we will hear what Reginald. I never call him Reginald, but what Reginald will have to say. All right, Reggie. You look ready. Do I hit the play button or do I wait for you to finish generating? See, somebody hit the play button and then he starts talking a second time. So I'm pretty sure I can just click the play button now. Let's roll. Wait.
Bruce, based on the totality of the evidence, but not by an overwhelming margin. Here's why I land there. Seagal's size is absolutely real. If we're talking roughly 145 pounds versus over 200 based on the totality of the evidence, but not by...
That's exactly what I was afraid of happening.
Bruce, based on the totality of the evidence, but not by an overwhelming margin. Here's why I land there. Seagal's size is absolutely real. If we're talking roughly 145 pounds versus over 200 pounds, that is a tremendous advantage. If Seagal establishes a solid clinch, gets chest to chest, or ends up on top, physics starts working in his favor. Bruce Lee wasn't simply a Wing Chun practitioner. By his prime, he'd spent years absorbing boxing, fencing concepts, kicking arts, conditioning, and constant experimentation. His entire philosophy became intercepting attacks before they developed. The surviving footage, demonstrations, and testimony from people who trained with him consistently describe exceptional speed, timing, and athleticism. Seagal's credentials in Aikido are legitimate, but there's comparatively little convincing evidence of him successfully applying his skills against resisting. I can't assume he would effortlessly close the distance just because he's bigger, so my assessment is this. If Seagal gets the clinch, I like his chances. If Lee keeps the fight at striking distance and uses angles instead of standing in front of Seagal, I like Lee's chances more. Not because size doesn't matter. It absolutely does. Rather, because I think Lee's mobility, timing, and ability to manage distance make it somewhat more likely that he prevents Seagal from imposing the fight he wants. If someone argued for Seagal based primarily on the weight difference, I wouldn't dismiss that argument. It's a respectable position. I just don't think the size advantage by itself outweighs the available evidence pointing to Lee's superior movement and striking skill.
All right, very good. So, he's leaning towards Bruce Lee based on the available evidence. Now we shall assail the evidence, shall we? Okay, Reggie.
Cool.
So, all the evidence is circumstantial and, there's no actual raw footage of either Steven Seagal nor Bruce Lee in a hotly contested actual fight. Not even at an amateur level or a professional level wherein there's actual pressure testing. And there is no raw footage available of Bruce Lee actually taking on a larger committed attacker, a resisting opponent, as you've already said. So, based on all the evidence we have alone, all that Bruce Lee has is endorsements from other legitimate martial artists of his martial prowess. So this alone is not enough to establish how well he would do versus a larger resisting opponent, is it not?
I got most of that last sentence, but I lost. I kind of like did the stenographer thing and skipped the part between the word all and Bruce. So I have all ... Bruce Lee has is that wait is this does not establish how well he will do against a larger contesting opponent. I could rewind the tape, or if you want to give me that in between part, I can fill it in.
It's okay. Can you read?
Okay,
Can you read out what you've written?
Well, this is what I got basically. So this is exactly what I wrote. I was gonna change the setting to just pass you in because that'd be easier, but I forgot to do that when I was playing back the speech before. So I wrote all the evidence is circumstantial, and there is no raw footage of either Seagal or Lee in a hotly contested case. No actual scenario where there is pressure testing. No raw footage of Lee taking on actual contestants. All, and then I was gonna memorize it and then type in the gap. I forgot what I was supposed to go after all, and then I just wrote all Bruce has is this does not establish how well he will do against a large contested opponent.
Okay, so all Bruce has is endorsement. What Bruce has over Steven Seagal are endorsements by other legitimate martial artists.
God, that's what I was looking for from other legitimate martial artists. That was the key. It sounded important enough that we wanted to get that right. Okay, cool.
All right.
We got it.
We good?
Yep. Getting the words out any second now.
Then I'm going to ask the question which I ask. How does Bruce Lee deal with the attack, which I imagine, which is very instinctive, and which definitely someone trained, and even somebody untrained who is enraged, would actually think of doing?
Cool. All right, processing. Almost there.
Let's see if Reggie can overcome the weight of logic and evidence. Or if he chooses to take my side or not.
All right, there we are. Okay, we got it. Reggie, go.
That's a fair criticism, Elle, and it's exactly where the debate becomes interesting. You're right that neither man has the kind of documented competitive record we'd love to have. There isn't a library of full contact bouts showing Bruce Lee adapting over multiple rounds against elite opposition, and there certainly isn't comparable evidence for Steven Seagal either. Where I'd make one distinction is this: an endorsement isn't proof. It is evidence, but it's weaker evidence than actual pressure-tested competition. If Joe Louis, Chuck Norris, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Dan Inosanto, but I also don't elevate it to therefore Bruce beats everyone. Likewise, Seagal's rank in Aikido and years of instruction are evidence that he became highly proficient in Aikido. So I'd actually narrow the question further. If we're being rigorous, I don't think we have enough evidence to confidently say either man would win. Lee has stronger testimonial evidence regarding his fighting ability. Neither has the kind of documented, pressure-tested competitive record that would let us confidently quantify how those advantages interact. That means any prediction is necessarily probabilistic. Where you and I differ is what we do with the uncertainty. My hesitation is that I don't think the skill evidence is completely neutral. Testimony from multiple accomplished martial artists is imperfect, but it does move my estimate somewhat toward Lee. It just doesn't move it enough for me to say he'd dominate. So I think your position is defensible. I just wouldn't say the evidence forces it. I'd say the evidence leaves room for reasonable disagreement. That's why I enjoy this debate isn't one where either side can honestly claim to have a definitive answer.
All right.
Okay, and
All right.
you got the mic.
All right
Thanks.
then. All right then.
Oh, wait, hold.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. 1 second. Why did it do that? I fucking hate Opera. I don't hate it, but... Oh, I didn't click the thing. Okay, I gotta actually click it. Duh. Listen on virtual cable B. Okay, there we go. Now you're live.
All right then. All right then. We have an echo. We have an echo.
Oh,
no.
you do? Okay, I can fix
Oh
that.
no.
I think I can fix that. How do I fix that? Oh yeah, easy. Got it. Fixed.
All right then. So, Reggie, we have established that the martial prowess of both men is not really, there's no really conclusive evidence for both men, but you still lean towards Bruce Lee probably being the better martial artist. Now the question is, does being perhaps the better martial artist actually overthrow the actual weight of evidence, or just the actual weight actually of physics involved in the fight? Remember that Bruce Lee was at his prime 145 pounds. Meanwhile, Steven Seagal is 210 pounds. And that's actually a modest estimate. Now, given that both men do train and at their primes would also be athletic, perhaps Bruce Lee being a little bit more athletic, or perhaps a lot more athletic. Let's give him that. A lot more athletic. Okay. How would Bruce Lee account for this one particular attack, which I've tested in sparring, by the way? What if Steven Seagal simply plants both feet on the ground in a defensive stance? They start at a neutral fighting stance, and then Seagal simply accelerates and crashes his entire body mass towards Bruce Lee, still in a defensive and balanced stance, with the intent of crashing his entire weight into Bruce Lee, and if Lee decides to try to evade with the intent of grabbing, clinching, or throwing a strike immediately, as a counterattack for when Bruce Lee decides to perhaps throw a strike. So, how would Bruce Lee account for this type of attack? Alright, I'm done.
I was on mute. Yep, got it. I'm so glad that it took me only 2 seconds to change the microphone over. In the past, I used to be like scratch my head for like 5 minutes at a time. All right.
I mean, I was
I'm
there
saving
as
all
well.
of Reggie's words. But I'm saving all of Reggie's words too. So if you want the WAV file exports, those will be available.
It's all
I don't
good.
think you need them, but just in case.
It's all good. I don't think I need them. I
You
don't
can
have
put
the
it,
space
maybe I'll put it in
on
a
my...
dissertation. Maybe I'll make a video where Reggie is sitting there giving a dissertation or something. Okay, almost.
See what
there,
Reggie thinks.
All right, Reggie, I see you done thinking. What do you think?
Conductor Reggie reporting. Elle, I think you've identified one of the strongest arguments in Seagal's favor. Modern wrestling, judo, and MMA all show that constantly giving ground to a larger, aggressive opponent is exhausting. Where I'd push back is on one assumption. He might intercept with a stop kick to the knee or thigh, a side kick to the body, The goal wouldn't necessarily be to knock Seagull unconscious, it would be to disrupt his structure and prevent him from getting the body lock he wants. Absolutely. They get turned, they get forced to reset. Closing distance against someone who moves well is itself a skill. The key question isn't can Seagull charge. It's can he consistently crash into Bruce Lee without being sufficiently disrupted to lose the entry. If Seagull gets both arms around Lee, I think the odds swing sharply towards Seagull because of the mass difference. If Lee repeatedly denies those entries through movement and interception, the odds swing back toward Lee. So my position remains essentially the same. The weight gap is enormous, and I think many Bruce Lee fans underestimate it. At the same time, I don't think physics alone decides the fight, because positioning, timing, balance, and distance management are themselves applications of physics. If I had to summarize it in one sentence, Seagull's best weapon is making the fight ugly and close. Lee's best weapon is making sure it never becomes that fight in the first place.
Very good, very good. All right. Can I speak?
You're on. Yep.
All right. So, Reggie, your argument is that Lee would use stop kicks and side kicks to prevent Steven Seagal from basically closing the distance in an ugly manner and accelerating towards Bruce Lee consistently. I think you have the physics wrong here, my friend. Like accelerating towards Bruce Lee does not require much skill. Like any gorilla, any larger person who is enraged knows instinctively that you can close the distance versus somebody you vastly outweigh. And since Seagal, being a trained martial artist himself, even though, again, Aikido is untested, and so is Wing Chun, so is Jeet Kune Do. So I'd say they are more or less even on that front. So Seagal would know how to close the distance and how to impose his weight, because that's all he does in his demonstrations, actually. He'd know how to impose his weight and accelerate towards Bruce Lee. Now, Bruce Lee has also shown in demonstrations, like his counters, the stop kicks, the side kicks, the way of the intercepting fist. That's the entire philosophy of Jeet Kune Do. Problem: you've got it in reverse. Bruce Lee is the one who has to consistently and perfectly time those counters. Otherwise, Seagal comes crashing into him. And that could be fight ending at any time. Bruce Lee's counters, being the smaller man, even if let's give him the strength advantage, as some people seem to think, which I believe when we factor in absolute strength into account is a very shady claim, and does not align with how physics and biomechanics work. If Seagal chooses to fight ugly, then there would be very little room for error for Bruce Lee. He would have to very, very consistently, until he finally incapacitates Seagal somehow, he would have to fight a perfect fight for that one fight-ending attack to happen. And again, if we're going by knockout power, what evidence do we have of Bruce Lee's knockout power? Zero. Alright. I'm done.
Go. Cool. Sending, processing, prompt loading. Speech generating. So I discovered I can make Reggie speak sooner by making his chunk size smaller.
I mean, doesn't
By
matter.
using when I use the 8-second chunk, it makes 8-second chunks of wave flowers basically, and when you put them side by side or directly above each other in Audacity, the one with the shorter chunk sizes always come out longer because it's adding
I
like a little
mean,
extra padding
I
between
just
the
wait
chunks.
for the entire
So
text to generate
yeah,
myself, and I
yeah.
just copy paste it.
Or wait for the whole thing. Like so, right now, now that like it's one day I'll revamp this app, but like I could click play early after the first line, I think. So right now he just finished generating 5 chunks, but it's still showing the little circle. So I'm gonna wait for it. Okay. So see, he didn't autoplay just now, but I can click play now. So knowing that, next time he speaks, I can literally click play early, and then while he's still generating, he'll talk, and it'll be very. It's basically similar to like the whole thing. Let's roll. Reggie, go.
Conductor Reggie, back on the platform. That's a much stronger formulation of your argument than simply saying, Seagal is bigger. If a 210-pound opponent succeeds in forcing repeated clinches. Second, I agree we have essentially no direct evidence of Bruce Lee's one-punch knockout power against elite, resisting adults. He clearly hit hard relative to his size, but we cannot quantify that from the historical record. Where I still disagree is with one premise. You said Seagal would know how to close the distance because he's a trained martial artist. That doesn't necessarily follow. Closing distance against an unwilling mobile striker under pressure is itself a highly specialized skill. Wrestling, boxing, and MMA spend enormous amounts of training on entries because they are difficult against someone who's actively trying to stop you. An Aikido demonstration where the UK cooperates tells us very little about how reliably Seagal could achieve those entries against someone constantly changing angle and distance. Conversely, Bruce Lee's demonstrations don't prove he could stop every entry against a much larger opponent. So both of us run into the same evidence problem. Where I think you've strengthened your cases here, Lee probably has to perform correctly far more often than Seagal does. I agree with that. If Lee's path to victory depends on repeatedly denying entries for an extended period, while Seagal's path is secure one dominant clinch, then Lee's margin for error is probably smaller. That absolutely moves the probability towards Seagal. The question is how far. I still stop short of saying the arts are therefore equal. Even if neither has extensive pressure-tested footage, the testimonial evidence surrounding Lee's speed, adaptability. Testimony is imperfect evidence, but it isn't zero evidence. So if I update my assessment based on your argument, I'd probably move closer to the middle. Instead of saying, Bruce is a modest favorite, I'd say, this is close enough that reasonable people can disagree. Seagal's size gives him a very real path to victory, especially if he succeeds in making it a clinch-heavy fight. Lee's superior movement and striking remain his best evidence-based path to victory, but they are not conclusively proven against someone that much larger. One thing I would caution everyone on the panel against is saying, I think that's too strong. We don't have the evidence we'd like, but we do have demonstrations, contemporaneous accounts. That's enough to inform an opinion, just not enough to settle the question. So you've definitely narrowed the gap in my mind. I don't think you've completely closed it, but you've made a compelling case that the burden of execution falls much more heavily on Bruce Lee than many fans acknowledge.
Very good. Can I speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, still, Reggie, you lean towards Bruce Lee being the better martial artist and being able to neutralize Seagal's advance, and you don't think Seagal would be able to advance. Reggie, an enraged larger person knows how to advance versus a smaller person. You occupy the space they're standing on. What do? You accelerate forward and occupy the space they're standing on. You don't need to go for a takedown. You don't need to take any kind of stance. You just make your body rigid and occupy the space they're standing on, and that itself is already an attack. That's 210 pounds crashing into you. You literally crash into them. You don't use any kind of technique. And are you saying that Seagal would not know how to do this, since he is a trained martial artist? An enraged, untrained person knows how to do this, and there's actually actual evidence of large, untrained individuals, bodybuilders, just crashing into much smaller opponents. Like, what is the size difference between Seagal and Bruce Lee? Again, it's 145 pounds versus 210 pounds. Like, what would Bruce Lee do against someone who just advances suddenly towards him? Can he just backstep? Can he just sidestep? Considering that Seagal, at his prime here, would not just be standing still after advancing. So yeah, that's my main argument there.
Sending, well, converting, sending. Reggie is responding. Reggie is forming words. Well, his voice box is. All right, Reggie, let's experiment.
Conductor Reggie responding. Elle, I think you've sharpened the question to the point where we're really talking about one thing. Can Bruce Lee reliably solve forward pressure from a man 60+ pounds heavier? And that's exactly why my confidence has dropped over the course of this discussion. Of course he would. Norm, I think you're describing some exotic tactic. Where I hesitate is with the word just. If Lee retreats straight backward, Seagull's strategy is excellent. If Lee tries to stand his ground and trade, I think that's a poor decision. But if Lee pivots, changes angle, intercepts, or simply refuses to occupy the space Seagull wants, then Seagull has to reacquire him. The reason I don't accept that the charge is guaranteed is because space is three-dimensional and dynamic. The target isn't a traffic cone. Now, you've made another point that I think is stronger than the charging argument itself. You said Bruce has to succeed over and over, while Seagull may only have to succeed once. I agree. So if we imagine 100 hypothetical fights, I would no longer be comfortable saying Bruce wins 60 of them. Because to do that, I'd need evidence that Seagull could consistently pressure, corner, and trap someone with Bruce Lee's mobility and athleticism. I don't think we have that evidence any more than we have evidence that Bruce could consistently stop him. So my present position is this: your physics argument is sound. Your margin for error argument is, in my opinion, your strongest point. I still think Bruce has the better evidence for technical ability and movement. If this were a betting line instead of an internet debate, I wouldn't be surprised if the odds were nearly even, with reasonable analysts taking either side. That's a much narrower conclusion than where I started, and it's because you focused on the mechanics instead of the mythology.
All
Very
right.
good, Reggie. You may talk.
So yeah. So Reggie, you're still talking about Bruce Lee's martial prowess. Now consider this, Reggie. When you use forward pressure as a larger opponent, you're not actually slow. Like somebody of Seagull's size, like using forward pressure would not be doing it slowly. And definitely, this is the thing. Definitely Bruce Lee, if he chooses to backstep, if he chooses to retreat, would actually be slower than Seagull advancing, unless Bruce Lee just decides to turn his back and run, which is no longer part of the equation. That's no longer fighting, is it? It's retreating. So yeah, how about that one, Reggie?
All right, let's see. Processing. Formulating words. That's an interesting glitch right there.
Yeah.
Never had that problem before.
Conductor Reggie responding.
Oops.
Elle.
That was cool, though. It sounded like a robot. Well, he is a robot.
Conductor Reggie responding. Elle, that's another good refinement, and I think it exposes where our disagreement actually is. In fact, one of the advantages of the heavier fighter is that once they're moving, they carry significant momentum. In striking sports, retreat is rarely just walking backward. It's angle changes, pivots, lateral movement, circling, exits, and resets. If the smaller fighter simply backpedals in a straight line, I think you're right, they're likely to get run over eventually. The reason I'm reluctant to say Seagull inevitably catches Lee is that catching someone who's actively changing angles is a learned skill. Heavyweight MMA has countless examples of large fighters who apply tremendous forward pressure. You are forcing me to distinguish between can Lee evade once and can Lee evade for the duration of the fight? Those are very different questions. Could Lee evade the first charge? I think yes. Could he do it repeatedly without eventually making a mistake? That's where your margin of error argument keeps coming back, and I think it's the strongest point you've made tonight. So if I were revising my original answer after this discussion, I'd say the fight is genuinely indeterminate because the decisive variables are exactly the ones we lack evidence for. Can Seagal consistently corner and clinch an opponent with Lee's mobility? We simply don't have the historical record to answer either question conclusively. In virtually every striking art boxing, kickboxing, karate, Muay Thai, fencing, even Jeet Kune Do, creating space and changing angles are offensive tools as much as defensive ones. A tactical withdrawal isn't surrender. So I think you've successfully challenged my initial confidence. I just don't think you've quite demonstrated that Seagal's forward pressure is inevitably successful. That's the one step where I still think the evidence runs out. End of line.
Ah,
All right.
but Reggie, you have no evidence of Lee's martial prowess to be able to do that against a resisting and very determined attacker. It doesn't even have to be Steven Seagal. It just has to be a 210-pound man who is very determined to hurt him. Like, what evidence do we have that Lee is actually able to take on such a large opponent, a resisting opponent, and able to consistently apply the principles that he speaks of in Jeet Kune Do? Like, again, we have no footage of him doing that at all. All we have are testimonials, and none of those testimonials even talk about him like manhandling or just consistently handling larger opponents. We have a testimonial from Lee himself that he had to adjust the way he spars with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar because he's so huge, and he shows it in Game of Death, I think. He shows how you kick the knee, you go for the lower parts of the body, because if you go for the higher parts of the body, you're hitting the strongest point of the opponent. But again, those were not even demonstrations, those were movies. So what evidence do we have that Lee would be able to consistently apply these counter techniques? On the other hand, yes, we don't have any evidence of Seagal being able to consistently close distance. But you don't even need any martial arts skill. You just need to be the bigger man to do that. You just need to be the bigger man, enraged and absolutely determined to get in there in order to do that. Especially if the opponent is much smaller than you. Like Bruce Lee's like 2 to 3 weight classes below Steven Seagal. Okay, we done. Hello, Sleetenbach.
Hey, Sleetenbach. Processing.
See, we don't need any evidence of Seagal being able to close the distance. Because any larger man would immediately try to close that distance. There's no martial arts skill necessary to do that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Reggie. So you ready? What say you, my friend?
Conductor Reggie, Elle, I think you've reached the strongest version of your position, and you've also forced me to separate 2 different questions. The first question is, we have demonstrations, testimonials, films, notes, and accounts from training partners. The second question is different. Therefore, should we assume the larger man wins? That's where I become more cautious. You're right that a larger determined attacker can generate tremendous forward pressure without sophisticated technique. But successfully intercepting that pressure is also a skill. Neither side of that interaction is proven by the historical record in this matchup. Where you've changed my thinking is this: I no longer think it's appropriate to lean on Bruce Lee's reputation as much as I did initially. Reputation is evidence, but it isn't pressure testing. If we strip away endorsements, films, philosophy, and mythology, what remains? A man around 210 pounds who was also a trained martial artist and possessed a very large physical advantage. At that point, I think the weight advantage deserves more emphasis than I gave it originally. Instead of saying, Bruce Lee is the probable winner, I would now say, Given the lack of pressure-tested evidence for either man, the most defensible default is probably to give substantial weight to the measurable advantage of size and mass rather than assume Bruce Lee's technical superiority bridges a 60 to 70 pound gap. That's a different conclusion than where I started. Actually documented, I still think Bruce Lee has the stronger historical reputation as a martial artist. I no longer think that reputation alone is enough to confidently overcome the physics of such a significant size disparity. That's about as far as the evidence lets me go without pretending certainty where none exists. End of line.
Right, you're
I'm
on.
satisfied. There you go. That's how you do it, boys.
Oh, so do you want Reggie to hear that part?
Nope.
Okay. Because I mean, like maybe it'd be interesting. Like it would be interesting. I'm kind of curious to like see how he responds to your gloating.
go
But I think
ahead,
at this point, like we could call it a win.
I mean, go ahead then.
Okay, because like okay. I mean, yeah, just for kicks.
Would Bruce Lee beat
and
up
then
the Cheetah Man? Says Logan.
Then I'll jump back into Reggie and just tell him thank you and yada 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 because like tell him I appreciate what he does.
Hey Logan, I think Bruce Lee would definitely beat up the Cheetah Man. Because, a cheetah versus a man is already an unfair matchup. Like one punch from a fully committed punch from a full-grown man would seriously F up a cheetah. Cheetahs are very fragile, They're built for like one single instantaneous pounce. They're not built for like an actual fight. Especially with someone who sees what they're doing. Cheetah jumps towards you, punch him, kick him. They die.
All right, Reggie, what do you think?
Conductor Reggie, well argued, Elle. I think what made this discussion productive is that you didn't ask me to abandon evidentio, asked me to examine what kind of evidence I was relying on. That's an important distinction. I began by giving considerable weight to Bruce Lee's reputation among respected martial artists. By the end, you had persuaded me that while those endorsements are valuable historical evidence, they are still not a substitute for documented pressure-tested performance against a much larger. I haven't concluded that Steven Seagal would definitely win. I don't think the historical record supports that level of certainty. But I have concluded that if we're trying to be rigorous and strip away mythology from both men, then the measurable variables mass, reach, and the consequences of a successful clinch deserve greater weight than I initially assigned them. That's how a good debate should work, not by winning, but by refining the confidence we have in our conclusions. Your argument stayed remarkably consistent. Whether someone ultimately agrees or disagrees with that conclusion, it's a coherent and logically consistent position. Thank you for the discussion. It was an enjoyable ride. End of line.
Very nice.
Yes.
I'm glad
you're
Reggie
late for
was able to accommodate.
Yes, you're late for this discussion, Logan. And I've
Yeah,
already
you could've set
sufficiently
your
answered
VCR.
all of your claims.
So I have a little test here, because you were talking to Reggie just now, and just now I gave Reggie back my voice, but I did it differently. All right, Reggie, thank you for participating. I appreciate you making yourself available for this. Well, I mean, you're always available, except when your servers are down, I guess. But I'm doing a quick experiment here. So I routed Ellen's audio output, or Discord's output to you. But in the past, I've had challenges, and I think at this point, I now know my audio chain well enough where, like, I was able to, adjust it real quick. So just now I did a little different adjustment. I basically told it to take whatever I say on my microphone and send it to the same virtual audio cable. So theoretically, let's say we did a stream again with Lexis. A while back, you spoke to her AI co-host, Lexis. That's like the co-op, but with an I at the end, Lexis. I think it's actually very easy now for me to just like turn off, basically talk, and basically have me talking and to have someone else talking to you from afar. And I just wanted to, I don't know why I'm telling you all this. But yeah, anyway, thank you for your time, Reggie. If we need anything else, we'll let you know. And of course, the Monday show on Thursday is going to be a couple nights from now. So perhaps I will definitely have you. Yeah, of course. Also, I think I'm going to have a friend for you. Oh yeah, I got a friend for Reggie. Hey, Reggie, I'll give you a hint. You know about the movie Project Hail Mary? So the only thing, so just now what I did, the test reason I was like a little bit rambly was because um when I routed the audio, I still had it repeating on my headphones, which is like sort of intentional, but I can tweak that so that it doesn't play back my. I think I got to figure out how, but basically right now it's like I click the checkbox in the Windows sound settings and I click apply, and then that enables my microphone to go to Reggie. But then when I uncheck that checkbox and click apply, it both times it's on the virtual audio cable. So instead of me going and switching the virtual audio cable and then my microphone, which would be ideal, like I would like to have like a simple switcherino button, but this is like actually like it does the same thing. And so like I remember a while back we had this like stream where Reggie and Lexus were talking. I think we could do that. We should do that in the future if that's you ever want to do that. We got a reason for them to talk because now I can actually very easily interject. Whereas that time I was like kind of juggling the settings a lot. Now it's like okay, I got it down to like 2 clicks and I can like talk or 2 clicks and then I can ensure that in fact I don't need to click on the thing more than once. I can keep it on it now because like when Lexus is talking, she talks. When she's done talking, I can talk and I don't need to click anything. So it's something that like the only issue is like I said, I hear my voice in my headphones, and right now at first I thought it would be easy, but now I'm trying to think. I'm not really trying to think too hard right now because I'm on your stream. I don't want to like waste time on your stream. But anyway, this is the friend for Reggie. So there's a movie that came out recently called Project Hail Mary. And there's a character named Rocky, and he's like an alien-looking spider. It sort of looks like a spider. He's made of rocks. He's from a planet that ultimately gets called Erid, E-R-I-D. And it's got like higher gravity, higher atmospheric pressure. So they evolved quite differently. But he's intelligent. His species can build ships. They have the ability to make materials using like this like liquid that they harvest on their planet, and then like they have the ability to like use this liquid to make anything solid. And so essentially their technology is kind of like 1950s technology in a sense, but like but because they have this super strong material, they could build a space elevator, so they didn't have to figure out rockets. They were able to build a ship once they're in orbit. Once you can get things into orbit, it's like you're halfway there, or at least all of that. A lot of things about in the plot that I don't want to, I wouldn't want to spoil, like, how they protect their ships from radiation. But basically, the movie is, it stars Ryan Gosling, which I know a lot of people don't like. Well, I don't know. Some people said they didn't like him, but like, it's like the movie itself. It's based on a good book, and it did a good job of, Hey, why do I have 2 Reggies? Let me fix that real quick. But what I want to do is this. So in the movie, when the main character, Dr. Ryland Grace, meets the alien, he uses basically the alien speaks through music. It's like almost like very like almost sounds like a bit like an organ. And whenever the alien so what he did was he had so that when the music notes get picked up by the computer, his laptop, he can like program it to like make words. So eventually he builds a pretty good vocabulary and there's a scene where they have to pick a voice for him, and it's hilarious. It's kind of funny. He plays a French voice, he plays his other voice, and then they finally settle on a voice that they like, and it's a pretty good. I think it's actually by an audiobook guy. I think Ray Porter. I just realized I didn't realize it until just now, but Rocky voice in the movie Hail Mary. Let me see, Project Hail Mary voice. No, it says James Ortiz. Okay, so Ray Porter. Yeah, so Grok lied to me earlier today. Ray Porter's audiobook version. The movie is a guy named James Ortiz. But basically, just like how I recently was able to make my what do you call it? Give not just a Japanese voice, but the way I replicated Gator's voice. In fact, the way I did my own voice, because I didn't make a speech model for my own voice. Normally, like for Reggie, I made a full-blown speech model so that it would actually sound like the 11 Labs voice. For my voice, all I did was gave it a sound bite, a sound file, and like text. And then like it did a pretty decent job of imitating my voice. Not perfect, but pretty good. So I'm going to start there. I'm going to take an audio clip from the movie. I'm going to, give that to to Rocky. And then for the next Monday show, we'll have this guy in the corner, this alien spider, and he'll be interacting with Reggie. So all I did so far, and part of my rambling, is created the 2 layers. Now, I don't think he really like makes noise. So, I don't think he makes really any like visual, like he doesn't have a mouth. So you can't really see it here because of the white background, but let me see. I got a black background here. So if I zoom in on this, you can see, and I might pick a different color, but you can just see like this is like my A and B right now. So while you were talking, I already created the 2 files. And do you have any suggestions from your point of view as an artist and VTuber?
Yes? What are you going for?
Well, basically, like I said, it's gonna have the same voice as the character in the movie, and I'll get the character's mindset kind of like matched up. So
Yeah.
movie references, I'll worry about it. But
So,
visually,
what are you going for visually?
because like, oh yeah, visually, I think like if I'm gonna use it in VideoTube, I need like some kind of cue that shows when he's talking,
Oh,
just
in
like how
talking.
Reggie's mouth moves. And I
Oh,
know
I see.
sometimes people keep it real simple. Like when you do your first VTuber, sometimes all it does is glow. So I could pick any color I want. Like right now, I just happen to
Yep.
have brown, but I could do like obviously I could do like red if it was more punchy or something like that. I can like make
Uh-huh.
it larger. Like so, I'll do a temporary example. I can undo this easily enough. So that's what we have right there, red on off. But beyond that, like one of the things that I never used in VideoTube is the like all these other functions. So like I only
I
have like
don't use
me
those
and
as
Reggie.
well.
I only have like
Yeah,
you don't use those at all. Okay.
yeah, the angry expression, sad expression, stuff, crying. Yeah, I don't use those. You can have
Okay.
different
Yeah,
states.
I didn't really
You
see
can even add
use for them
different
either. Yeah.
states, by the way. I do use different states for
Huh?
Alexis sometimes. You can have different states.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, maybe I would do that. Have maybe I'll have a couple of states for him. And I know there's some function key, but you don't really use those. Now, speaking of the other reason I brought this up, my camera's on, even though I'm not showing my camera. The other reason I brought this up,
you know,
is because
Leaflet is working on
did you see?
something better. Have you seen?
Huh?
Leaflet is actually working on something even better.
Yes, that's exactly what I was. That's literally what I was about to say. That's exactly not dead ass. That's so yeah, it's fucking interesting. So that's literally. I'm not even kidding. I was literally like, that was like gonna be like almost the like not the exact words out of my mouth, but I was like literally gonna like bring up Leaflet. So I watched her video yesterday because and it explained a lot because like I remember like a week or two ago on the 4th of July she had like the cute cowboy American style outfit, and it was like weird. I thought what she was doing was I thought it was a temporary avatar. I thought maybe she made like a video with AI, and it was just doing these like different like morphs, and maybe like it wasn't really synced up. Then when I saw the video, I realized, no, this is not a glitchy avatar. This is not a half-assed attempt at making a non-avatar. Because I was like, why would Leaflet do this? Then I realized, like, yeah, that's part of her own software. And I'm like, oh my God, like, this is pretty interesting. Like, like, could it be better? Sure. But like, it had a lot of interesting things in her instructional video. Like, I remember she's like, shows, oh, and you can even control the eye blinking precision. And she's like, but this is usually the last setting I touch. I usually don't touch it at all. So I was like, okay, good. It's got a good default setting for that. And then you can customize the more important stuff. And if you decide you get to that point, you want to customize even of that, you could. So, yeah, what do you think?
Yeah.
Like about this, and what do you think about this endeavor? Like, I don't know, like, so you know about it. That was my first question. If you knew about it, you know about it.
Yeah, I
so,
think it's pretty
like,
good, actually.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It makes VTubing even more accessible to everyone. I wouldn't be interested in using it myself, to be honest. Like, I'm thinking more along the lines of maybe something like a VideoTube or whatever, but maybe using a 3D VRM file, like, or a Vroid file, like what I use here. But it doesn't need the camera. It basically just responds to voice, which I guess you can already do in VC Face. So, yeah, that's
I remember the other day you told me about and I had it in my Steam library the other day. There was another tool you told me about. I forget if it was actually the VTuber or just the model software, but remember it was something that was on Steam. We talked about it the other day. I haven't really used it in recent time.
Warudo. You want me to use it?
Yes, Warudo. So
yeah.
what does Warudo do? Or what
I'll
what can
you.
Warudo do?
Here, I'll show you. I'm gonna turn on Warudo. Zawarudo.
Because He's
with
like,
that.
like I'll make this Rocky VTube is easy to make, but like at the same time, like it never hurts to like upgrade what I have now. Like my
Yeah.
my
I
Star
mean, all
Pilot
you
maybe can
need is
do
the
cooler
VRM.
stuff.
You just need the 3D VRM files you already have. You just load them into Wardo instead of VC Face. That's it.
Well, I never customized mine. I just have the
Oh,
one
yeah.
that looks like a butler.
I
And
mean,
but that said, though, you
I
did
think
show
it
me how
looks
to
close
edit.
enough to you.
It's like not impossible for me to work on it.
I think it looks close enough to you. To be honest.
Yeah, that one looks like me. It's true. It does. I would still want to customize it. Like, I think last time I messed with the graphics, I was being overly ambitious about the hair because I was between haircuts at the time. So I was really trying to get that right. And the problem with that was it's just like I was making it more complex than it needed to be. And also with the hair, like like just like when a character wears a dress, the mesh for the dress versus the mesh you use for pants are two different things, and the way they flatten out, so to speak. So hair, it was like I was realizing with hair, like with the more I was saying, okay, can I use another piece of hair, and the other types of hair that were available were like made differently, and it was just like I couldn't really like in my head conceptualize how I would like adjust them. But I think I would keep the hair and face and only mess with the clothing now that like I've not resigned, but realized I don't need to be overly ambitious about it. Yep. But yeah, like I said, I would try it out. Leaflets thing. I would like to see it like work a little bit more smoothly, so to speak. But I really like that she's putting it on GitHub and giving other people an opportunity to, either contribute or fork the project.
Now you see.
That's a. No, I see a black screen. Maybe it'll come up. Oh wait, yeah, I'm waiting for it to come up. Because I'm looking at it on the YouTube. I got Discord up, but that's a white screen. Oh wait, the Lowly Clo logo there. But waiting for the. Oh, there you go. Oh, I see you. Okay, I forgot. I'm looking at you. Oh yeah, that's sick. Yeah. Okay, so this is Warudo here now.
Yep, this is Warudo.
So it does the hands. It actually does the hands.
Oh, it's full body.
Now your motion looks a bit more, and it's doing
it
does all
actually
that.
full
Does
body.
the hands, full body.
Yeah, it's full body.
Oh yeah. Okay. And that's way cool because I remember like the other thing we were using and I used initially was that webcam motion capture thing with the 3 month, recurring subscription. This one works. Yeah, it's working. I mean, and does it have any like limitation like the lighting, I guess, basically would be the thing that might hurt it or
so it uses a more sophisticated open source tracking what is it? Tracking library, which it's used by other programs as well. So and it's actually it's actually community supported, so it gets updates all the time. So it's a lot better than the other one, which was a modified version of VC Face, basically. That's why I told you to just use Warudo.
Yeah. So I could use Vroid to edit, and I could use Warudo to do everything else now. I don't need to use like VC Face with the whatchamacallit alongside the webcam motion capture thingy. Oh no, wait, I'm trying to remember how to. Yeah, that sounds right? Yeah. So VC Face, this supplants VC Face basically.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm sold. So now all I gotta do is record the movie Project Hail Mary, copy Rocky's voice, and somewhere in between there, I'll play around with Vroid because like, do I even have? Yeah, I do have Vroid Studio installed.
So by the way, let's go back. Let's go back to Reggie's argument about Steven Seagal and Bruce Lee. Basically, if I were to summarize Reggie's stance, it would be that Bruce Lee apparently would need to fight a perfect fight and would have to rely on his martial prowess, undocumented, untested, unpressure tested, in order to win versus Steven Seagal. So, yeah, Logan is making the claim that Bruce Lee would kick Steven Seagal's behind, into next week. That's interesting. That's an interesting claim. Like, how much PSI would a 145 man like Bruce Lee need to generate in order to move a mountain of a man like Steven Seagal at his prime, 210 pounds, not that heavy yet, but still much, much heavier than Bruce Lee by around 60 pounds. How much pressure, how much PSI would Bruce Lee need to generate to topple Steven Seagal as LDP apparently says? If Steven Seagal say we're firmly planted and does not plan to move. Oh, are you running that by Reggie?
I wasn't gonna, but like, I mean, I don't know, like I don't know. You once you put in the PSI, like I wasn't sure if it would go to Reggie, but once you put in the PSI in there,
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm sending it to Reggie. Like I'm not a computer. Like that's like a math question there. But
Yeah,
no,
go ahead.
really seriously though, it's like the PSI alone is just like the pressure. It's like it would be kind of like we might actually get like a maybe
I mean,
a real
LDP
mathematically
seems pretty
scientific
sure
answer.
that Bruce Lee would win, even though Reggie has already conceded that point.
Well, let's see.
Reggie stuck to his guns.
Remember, guys, movies.
Did you pre-prompt Reggie?
Yeah, Reggie. Well, yeah, I did. This is that's why I asked yesterday if I should start a new conversation because like I didn't want to taint it, but I basically gave it relevant context. I gave him like some the initial what do you call it, documents or text and whatnot, and just verbally gave him some relevant info that
He still caved
what we
into the
discussed.
logic. He still caved into the logic either way.
Yeah, but he was playing hardball with me, so I was like, okay, so look, this is not my argument, so we'll do this tomorrow, Reggie. But like, I thought that was good in a way because it was like, okay, at least like him playing hardball means he's not being a yes man, he's being objective.
Yes.
So what do you think about that, Reg?
LASI is actually the wrong measurement for this. To topple Seagal, Bruce would need enough force and impulse to move Seagal's center of mass outside his base of support. A sharp strike can produce enormous CSI over a tiny area. If his stance gives him a half width of roughly 0.25 meters, that is only about 52 pounds force, but real humans bend, step, absorb impact, and widen their stance. In an actual fight, the required brief impact could easily be several times higher. That sounds impressive, but it still does not guarantee a topple, because timing, direction, stance, friction, and whether Seagal can step all matter more than psi alone. He needs enough well-directed impulse to break Seagal's balance before Seagal can absorb it or step. We have no documented evidence showing Bruce could reliably do that to a resisting 210-pound opponent. Physics has declined to certify the movie poster. End of line.
Oh, you guys said something about getting him from behind, right? So does that was that really like does that mean he has to sneak behind him like?
He'd be off balance, wouldn't he? So but you know did you know? Have you seen that footage of somebody like throwing a flying kick into senior citizen Arnold Schwarzenegger, and that guy ended up in the hospital. And Schwarzenegger did not try to defend it because he never saw it coming. Somebody just kicked him in the back. Just a flying kick. And the guy ended up in the hospital. Good.
Let me see here.
We can take a look. You can you can pull it up if you want. Just.
Oh yeah, I found it.
It's funny. It's funny because Schwarzenegger actually thought somebody just pushed him from behind. He did not realize somebody had actually attacked him from behind. It's like in Baki when somebody tries to kick Yujiro. No, they'd probably die if they try that. Never mind. There we go. Boom. So somebody kicked him.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
There's actually another angle.
Let's see that again.
There's actually another angle. There's a better angle where we actually see
Oh yeah,
the
it's got
impact.
an angle, yeah.
We actually see how it landed on his back. That only kind of got pushed into the camera. But yeah, he didn't even fall over. It was just like somebody just pushed him a little bit from behind. Even though it was a committed attack, a drop kick even. He sure dropped to the floor, though. That's what you get. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's it.
And that's actually a perfect example because the guy's behind him.
Yeah. And he's a big man. An old man, but a very big, very muscular old man. It's like kicking I don't know, it's like kicking a solid structure, solid foundation. And you're a scrawny little guy. Oh, it sure takes a while.
All right, there we go. Yeah, I know. This one has a lot of Oh!
He's the one who fell over.
Was that the guy who was walking by the camera waving at it? I think that's why they showed it.
Yeah, hold that. That's a full committed attack. Look at those legs.
We're putting that in slow motion here.
He ended up in the hospital, by the way. The guy who kicked him.
So, like, what did he break that he actually, like, was it like his knee? Was it the fact that he hit the floor because he went flying?
I think he hit his head or something when he hit the floor. Why did he do it? I have no idea. I think he just wanted to say, oh, I kicked Schwarzenegger, yay!
Okay, so let's see when it lands. So he's talking. Okay, there we go, right there. So I want to get him right when his face makes that ooh moment. I want to get the first available frame.
It's like, ooh, somebody pushed me.
Right there. So somebody pushed me. That's this somebody pushed me moment, and like the force peaks right around here, maybe.
I have no idea.
And
there's one from behind.
And then by this point, this is probably the maximum forward he gets. Any more forward, maybe it's as the guy's already on his way down. So the guy already like put his max pressure on Arnie. He's already done. Arnold's like, what the fuck? But he's still standing. Like I would not be standing if somebody did a flying kick to me of that mess.
There's actually footage from behind. There's footage from behind of this. You can see how he just kind of just stumbles forward a bit. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that's the alternate angle.
Little girl just jumped roping and she's like, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a good freeze frame right there. Like he's standing on his back. Like it looks like he's standing on it. Oh my god.
That's
he really put his all. So does that mean like that guy is trained because like that looks like a guy who like he at least knew how to do that.
Did he know how to do that because he injured himself when he did that?
Yeah, and also I can see his legs are sloppy at this part here. So
boom.
Oh. And then
they wrestle him.
The bodyguard's like
there, see, barely moved him.
Now he's upside down.
See how when he makes impact, he barely even moves him.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody else would probably fold from that.
That was awesome.
See, Arnold is like, what happened? Like, what happened? Is he okay?
Yeah. He's just chilling. He's like, yo, what was that? Felt a little wind there. But that's like a good example because like, we talk about the getting him from behind thing and that's like as behind as you're going to get.
Like, there's no way Bruce Lee's going to kick
cool.
Steven Seagal into next week. How? Like, the physics don't align with it. And let's get into strength as well. There's this standing claim that Bruce Lee is apparently stronger than Seagal because even at their primes, because he trains harder and Seagal is a fake. Like, is that even possible given the weight and height disparity? Like, absolute strength is a thing. Somebody much larger would have much higher absolute strength than somebody who is like 145 pounds, well trained, all muscle. Like, that does not compute. Pound for pound.
There might be a way to well, like, like I would say
Bruce Lee is
there might be a
probably
way.
stronger. Pound for pound.
The larger they, well, you know what they say. The larger they are, the harder they fall.
Yep.
I mean, that's what they say. I don't know if it's valid, but my question is, I heard there's a wrestling move where like you can kick someone behind the knee, and it makes the, like it automatically makes it disengage.
In
Like
jiu-jitsu,
you kick someone behind.
In jiu-jitsu, there's tons of
Like I've had
techniques. Like
people
you
do
can
it to me in
scissors.
school.
You could scissor sweep someone's legs if maybe you have enough mass in your legs as well. You can scissor sweep someone's legs or someone's
Oh yeah, also
someone's
the sweep. I just realized the mass,
torso
I mean,
can
the
be scissor
leg,
sweeped.
yeah.
But they usually
So that's
tell you
true.
not to do that in jiu-jitsu, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, because it could be fatal to the person you're applying it on. And that's what happened to Rokas of Martial Arts Journey, who is a YouTuber. Somebody did that to him in training in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and basically it resulted in a permanent injury for life.
Scissor sweep. I've never seen a scissor sweep. It's something like that.
Yeah.
Looks like they're on
Like
a date.
illegal BJJ move. Scissor sweep. Put in an illegal BJJ move.
Illegal BJJ move, scissor sweep.
Yeah, they might have another name for it. Basically, the opponent
So they're already
is,
on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's not the one. Basically, the
So they have to
opponent
be
has
on-
to be standing, and you have to jump at the opponent, and then do that sweep. And if they are resisting, you could break their legs, which is what happened with Rokas of Martial Arts Journey. If they are resisting, if they're rigid as you do that, then there's a high chance you could break their legs, which is why it's discouraged from being used. Not even discouraged, it's just illegal. Like, you could go to jail for that.
Was that ever documented on video?
Yeah. I mean,
Or is it like so brutal
like what
that
happened to Rokas was not documented on video, but there are demonstrations
Oh,
of
okay.
how that move is done, and safely. There's definitely demonstrations of how it's done. It looks like a wrestling move, actually. You jump with both legs, like almost like a drop kick, and then you put the opponent's torso or legs in between your legs, and then you drop down. Jumping scissor sweep.
And that was Locust?
Rokas. Rokas. Maybe a jumping scissor sweep.
Oh,
That might work. Basically, someone
ROK
did that to him. Rokas. Rokas of
Oh, okay,
Martial
Rokas.
Arts Journey. He's trying to get back into training nowadays, but definitely that was a debilitating injury that was inflicted upon him by a training partner of all people. Yeah, that's the same thing. Leg scissors, basically. Jumping leg scissors might work.
oh yeah.
Even in MMA, that's a banned move. That's an illegal move. There, that one with the two girls, or what, is that a girl? The one in black and green. That's the one. That's it. That is exactly it. That is exactly it. So you could break someone's legs with that.
Wow.
And
When did
that's
they break
what happened.
in the Did they
Yeah.
break in the upper thigh or whatever, or did they break in the
No,
knees
the
or in
knees.
the like?
No, the knees. That part
Oh
is the knees.
wow, that's bad. Yeah, that would
No,
be
imagine
debilitating.
if
Yeah,
you're standing
you
firmly
can mend.
planted. You're firmly planted, you don't
Yeah.
want to fall over. And then that hits you. That's the
Ugh.
entire body weight bringing you down.
Oh yeah, and that could be a lot. Yeah, it could be like 100 and something pounds easily. That's not all of a sudden, and the inertia. Oh God. Uh,
Now, if Bruce Lee
like,
tried that on Steven Seagal, what would probably happen is that it would bounce off with no effect. Like
he's like,
weight
yeah, like
classes
if
is a
these were
thing.
rigid. Well, Bruce Lee might break his legs
Yeah,
doing this if
exactly.
he put it all into it.
I
He
mean,
could
he's
fucking
all
maybe even,
muscle.
like,
He's
do
pure
something, like,
muscle. He's
to the
strong.
back.
Like, he's strong. He's pure muscle.
Yeah.
He's not going to overcome the physics of, body mass, size.
And it's like with cars and snow tires and stuff, the heavier it is, you can put sandbags in the back of the car sometimes just to make it heavier and get better traction. Arnold would be planted on whatever ground he's on.
Yeah, and you can see,
Or at
like,
least he'd be
somebody did a
pretty
full
well.
committed, drop kick on his back. And he moved a little bit.
Well, I think that helps out and settles it. I mean, like we put it to Reggie, you analyzed it, he analyzed it. I already I can see where people are accustomed to seeing like Bruce Lee in the movies and stuff, and unless they're like literally like just joking in universe, like
So,
in universe, okay, fair enough, but like that's purely in universe. That's like me saying Goku could do this, that, and the third. It's like but this is like, we're talking like in an actual pentagon, octagon, whatever
Yep.
they call the fighting ring.
The octagon. But one more thing I believe that affects this is that people hate Steven Seagal because I think there's actual evidence that he is actually not a very good person in real life, and he's a fraud in many of his claims about his martial arts feats.
Yeah.
So
That's what.
That's
At least
why
that's buzz
people
on the
do
street.
not
That's
like
certainly
it.
what people hear a lot.
that's why we
Mhm.
get people
So they
who say
discount
he's a
him.
fraud. He can't fight. Like he's never been tested. News. Neither has Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
He just has
And it's like,
testimonials.
look, he might be a nice guy.
Bruce Lee just
Yeah.
has
And what is it- and
testimonials.
also, in that video clip that I saw where he's fighting this other guy, supposedly he was telegraphing moves and the
Does
timing
he
was really perfect, like down to the
demonstrate?
tenth of a second. So, question I would have is like, well, like how often, a lot. If you had the privilege of sparring with Bruce Lee, you might, go easy on him in the sense, or allow him to look like the winner because like
He
you
does
don't
a
want
demo.
to, you're gonna. You want to be the guy who got your ass kicked by Bruce Lee. Like, that's still an honor right there. It's fucking Bruce Lee. And
It
maybe
was
people
also
in
a
the martial
demo,
arts
by
community.
the way. It was also a demo.
Oh,
So
there's a
it
demo of
wasn't.
that?
It wasn't. That one you saw. That was a demo. That wasn't even full contact sparring.
Yeah. Got you. But no, so, I mean, but it gave me, it illustrated. Oh, I got a phone call. But it illustrated a lot. Jimmy, what's up?
I guess I could use this 3D model more often. Just that sometimes I
There we
forget
go. Okay, I
its
gotta
full
step-
body, so.
But, I mean, that was a demo, so it wasn't a
Yeah,
real
yes,
fight. I
yes.
got you. So it wasn't even necessarily intended to, yeah, in a demo, you don't necessarily have to go easy on someone. It's already yeah, it's not, what's the word? It's not a deceptive
Resisting opponent.
scenario because they're not.
Yeah. It's not
Yeah,
a resisting
That's the
opponent.
key right there. Hmm. Now I gotta
Bruce
step
Lee.
outside real quick
Yeah,
for
bye-bye.
delivery, but is there anything you want me to show or do, or should I just pop out?
Oh yeah, I could start on the game, and you can prepare for whatever for your 3 o'clock stream, or if you want to show something,
Yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
it's already. You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'll jump out. I'll grab some lunch. I'll keep watching your stream while I eat lunch, and
Okay,
maybe I'll
thank
play
you,
with
Ronnie.
Naruto while I'm doing that. But I'll be in the chat. But I'll catch you later. Thanks for having me, Elle. Wait,
Bye.
Reggie. Oh crap, Reggie's still listening to me. Well, holy crap, I
Thank
never had
you,
this happen
Ronnie
before. Okay, there we
and
go.
Reggie, for today. Bye bye.
Hey Reggie, thanks again. Elle says thank you, Ronnie and Reggie. I'm gonna leave now, and Reggie's not gonna get the final word. But Reggie, I just want to thank you, and I think I might continue this conversation for our stream tomorrow, or maybe we'll make a new conversation. We'll talk about this behind closed doors. That sounds really sketchy. All right, thanks. I'll catch you later.
Later.
I'm just looking for the hang up button again. There we go. Found it.
Hi. Okay, let's play some Legend of Heroes. Now that I got that out of my system. To assume that Bruce Lee's skills would compensate for the huge size and weight disparity, because apparently Seagal can't fight at all, would be to disregard the physics of such a confrontation. And people thought I was just rooting for Seagal. No, I'm rooting for the physics, the biomechanics of a fight. Very good, very talented smaller guy versus somebody with even just a smidgen of training. Much larger guy. I'm betting on the larger guy every time. With that said, do I need this input overlay? I probably don't, but I'll use it anyway. Because I can. Because I'm an anarchist. I do it because I want to. Hey, I'm Nguyen Dong. And hello, Zerlon. I forgot to say hello earlier. Yes. Well, I need to turn up my AC. It's super hot right now. Don't know why. Yes, I'm level 31 and I do believe I am near the end of the game. Let this be how this game goes. Sage and Diner Kit. Everyone who has ever joined your party was part of the main story all along. It's like classic, it's a classic Trails trope, isn't it? This is not even a Trails game, this is a Legend of Heroes game. Do you wish to fight me? No, you don't. Got an idea. I think this is the way. This is where Shannon was. Well, they're pretty laid back. OMG, you're weak. You don't have any weapons. We need to get rid of some of these. They do a lot of damage. Spirit Scotcha kinda looks like Freerin. Well, that hurts. Apparently there's a twist coming up in the story. I wonder what the twist would be. I bet Mile is still alive. Haha. Hey Lone, Dinnerkin, are you dead? Are you alive? Oh, that seems easy enough. I swear I've seen this engine in another game. Innocent Life, a futuristic harvest moon. Totally uses something that looks like this. Today's ad-free stream brought to you by Nagato and Orc and Snow. Totally ad-free experience. If you're still getting ads, tell me so I can turn them off. Paralyzer. We could always use one more power wrist. Speaking of, I went the wrong way. I still went the wrong way. Was it here, perhaps? So I need to go down a bit. buy some weapons, maybe. Where is the way to the cave? Ziki Cave. Here we go. Looks like my analog stick has a dead zone. Oh well. Everything I have is starting to fall apart. Huh? What happened? Oh, it works out. Okay. Got him. The rarest potion. Whatever. You missed. Easy win. Okay. The rarest potion. Any mushrooms? Anybody have any mushrooms? I guess not. Which is usually the Wow, Flare Ghost did like 600 damage. And that did absolutely nothing. No, it was his attack. That was sweet. Nothing there. This could take a while. Try to run past these enemies fast. Sometimes I could optimize the way I fight better, but, you know. Like, I could have probably hit the 2 with a strike sword there. Oh, good. Finally, high enough level. Yeah, is this the exit? Good. Ziziki Mountain Pass. You're scared now, aren't ya? a mini map would be nice in this game, but then I realize it's totally unnecessary. Let's go. We got the mushroom. Don't forget we gotta walk all the way back. two of the sages are meeting. These old fools apparently are super powerful. Wrong way. Wrong way again. Let's go. Don't know why I'm getting all these charms. Oh. To the guild! What is the guild? I think it was a guild. came back home. What? Mile is the silver-haired man. I get it. The powerful silver-haired man is Mile. Off we go then. Help! Aikido works against people who do not know how to fight. Works extremely well. Doesn't work against someone who actually knows how to fight. I mean, I don't think that's part of the equation either way. At least as far as this hypothetical matchup goes. Know how to fight, don't know how to fight. I outweigh you by 2 to 3 weight classes. I'm occupying the space you're standing on. I'm going to very violently and very quickly occupy the space you're standing on. And you'll be forced to try to do something, such as step back or step aside. Or try to counter the forward momentum somehow. And if the weight disparity is too high, I'm going to just push through whatever strike you throw my way. That's the idea. Even back then, he was 210 pounds. Back at his prime, he was 210 pounds. 145 versus 210 pounds is a huge mismatch. Bruce Lee is 5'6" to 5'7" at most. Steven Seagal is 6'3" to 6'4". That's like a full-grown man versus a child. He can dance around till he gasses out. Forward momentum though. When you're using forward momentum in a fight and the opponent, no matter how small or agile the opponent is, if the opponent is forced to move backwards, then you're moving faster than that person. Like I said, just crash the body mass into the person because you're not going to stop that amount of weight, that huge weight difference. You're not going to stop the person from suddenly occupying the space you're standing on. You're not just gonna sit still, of course. You're gonna try to move back. You're gonna try to create angles to counter. And as you do that, the other guy is also doing something. And there is less room for error for the tinier person. Because one grab, one grapple, one strike, or just one crash, one tackle is probably more than enough to end the fight. The little guy, we don't have any documented or raw footage. We don't have any documented evidence or raw footage of Bruce Lee's so-called legendary knockout power. So what we have is circumstantial at most. Strong testimonial evidence. Yes. Actual raw footage? Yeah. Good luck with that. The margin for error is 0 on the tinier person, especially if the weight difference is like 2 to 3 weight classes above. A large person attacking you while moving forward is not slow. There is this footage of like a bodybuilder versus 2 MMA guys who are much smaller than him. Yeah, it was a 2v1. The 2 MMA guys did not have any effective offense against this guy. So all they did was run and run and run. They literally ran around the arena. Not even backing off, not sidestepping, no, just running. Just running to avoid getting mauled. Okay, let's see what happens. Seems Mile might still be alive. Everyone's a zombie, huh? Or at least mind controlled. Mile is alive. Yep, that's definitely Mile, alright. He is the silver-haired man walking around using the book of whatever on people. Okay. He's being mind controlled or something, I guess. You saw him in the afterlife, though. Yep, that is definitely Mile. This is interesting. The fudge. You never had this idea, Mile. Well, that's why we used half of the Genis water, didn't we? Pour it on him! Hit him with the old Genis water. What? He's fast. Exactly what I thought. And Sage Diner and her dinner cat already knew this would happen. Ooh! kind of bored. Okay. Let's try something on Google Gemini. I'll have Bestie speak Google Gemini's words. Hey, Gemini, let's be realistic. In an all-out fight, how does Bruce Lee deal with a man as large as prime Steven Seagal just crashing into him with ill intent and like a freight train? Don't use undocumented and unproven feats from either men.
A fighter of Bruce Lee's build, roughly 135 pounds/61 kilograms, cannot physically stop or absorb the momentum of a much larger man like prime Steven Seagal, roughly 230 pounds/104 kilograms. Lee's realistic counter to a charging heavy opponent relies on evasion, angle changes, and intercepting strikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. #1. Evasion and lateral movement. If a larger, heavier opponent linearly charges like a freight train, standing in the pocket is a tactical mistake. Lee trained extensively in footwork, notably incorporating elements of fencing. 6. The strategy, instead of moving backward, which allows the heavier man to overpower you with forward momentum, Lee would step off the center line at a 45-degree angle. 6. The result, by pivoting or sidestepping, the opponent's forward energy carries him past his target, leaving his back and sides momentarily exposed. 7. #2. Intercepting strikes, Jeet Kune Do principles. Lee's primary combat philosophy, Jeet Kune Do, centers on intercepting the attack. 6. The strategy, before the opponent's massive frame can completely bridge the gap and crash into a clinch, Lee would use lead hand strikes or low, quick kicks to target vulnerable areas like the eyes, throat, or lead knee. The result, this disrupts the opponent's rhythm and intent, forcing them to pause or cover up, which halts the initial forward charge. 7, 8. #3. Exploiting the clinch. In a realistic encounter, Seagal's size naturally favors a grappling or clinch range. 9. The strategy, if Seagal successfully closed the distance, Lee's focus would shift to dirty boxing, short, rapid combinations inside the opponent's guard, while keeping his base low to prevent throws. 6, 7. The result, rather than attempting to muscle a 230-pound man, Lee would rely on cumulative damage from strikes and target manipulation, like targeting the eyes or throat, to deter further grappling. Would you like to explore how Bruce Lee's specific training in Wing Chun or his cross-training in Western boxing informs how he handled larger opponents?
Informs, huh? We'll see about that. So, a clinch? That would most likely favor the much heavier man, as Seagal's Aikido background is legit 7th dan, even if the art itself, the martial art, is apparently not pressure tested. The same could be said of Jeet Kune Do and Wing Chun, however.
You are completely correct. In a realistic, unscripted clinch, the sheer weight discrepancy, nearly 100 pounds, combined with Steven Seagal's While pop culture often criticizes Aikido for lacking modern pressure testing, Seagal was a legitimate 7th Dan black belt who spent years training and teaching in Japan. At a towering 6 feet 4 inches and 230 plus lbs in his prime, his understanding of wrist locks, balance breaking, kyusashi, and utilizing an opponent's momentum would become highly functional once a grip was established. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As you noted, Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do and Wing Chun suffer from the same historical limitation. Neither art was systematically pressure tested in a modern, regulated combat sports environment, like MMA, during his lifetime. If the fight collapses into a clinch, the reality shifts drastically. Hashtag the realistic dynamics of the clinch. Asterisk the weight lever. In grappling, weight is a weapon. Even without advanced wrestling skills, a 230-pound trained martial artist can simply lean their body mass onto a 135-pound opponent. This quickly drains the smaller fighter's cardio and compromises their posture. Asterisk the Aikido factor in close quarters. While Aikido throws are difficult to execute against a fast, moving target at a distance, the art excels at wrist manipulation and joint locks after physical contact is made. If Seagal grabbed Lee's wrists or jacket/clothing, his leverage would make it incredibly difficult for Lee to break away. Asterisk nullifying Lee's speed. A clinch effectively eliminates the distance Lee needs to generate speed and power for his strikes. Without space to rotate his hips or extend his limbs, Lee's kinetic chain is broken. Asterisk. Hashtag Lee's only realistic contingencies. If caught in this position, Lee's survival would depend entirely on immediate, violent disruption rather than trying to out-grapple Seagal. Asterisk bypassing traditional grappling, Lee would have to instantly abandon standard hand trapping or wrestling frames. His focus would shift entirely to soft tissue targets, such as gouging the eyes, biting, or striking the groin, to force Seagal to break the grip. Asterisk fleeing the pocket. Lee's absolute priority would be using his low center of gravity to slip under Seagal's arms and push away, resetting the fight to striking distance where his speed asset could be used again. Asterisk. If Seagal successfully secured a body lock or a dominant upper body grip, the physics of the matchup dictate that he would likely take Lee to the ground and smother him. If you want, we can look into Asterisk how weight classes in modern combat sports protect fighters from this exact physical reality. Asterisk the specific historical accounts of Bruce Lee's actual sparring sessions with larger martial artists, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Joe Louis. Asterisk.
Exactly, Waka, exactly. Okay, I've seen that. They're not even dancing around, they're literally running. They are running. They literally run when he comes close to them. And there's still no match for him. They can't do anything to hurt him. So how about this concept of targeting vulnerable areas? How elite would Bruce Lee need to be to pull this off? And what's the margin of error, as these so-called fight-ending techniques seem to have very little raw footage or documentation of actually being effective against a resisting opponent? One-shot KOs in MMA usually come from committed strikes, such as flying knees, or a hook, a kick, or an uppercut that hits that lights-out sweet spot directly underneath the chin. You gotta drive that kinetic energy into that sweet spot, otherwise nothing happens. How do you account for that, Gemini? Eddie Hall is such a cool guy. He's also a very scary guy. In a fight, you do not want to be on the other end.
You have hit on one of the biggest realities of combat sports. The concept of a reliable, one-shot lethal secret technique is largely a myth. Your observation about MMA is completely accurate. One-shot knockouts almost always come from leveraged kinetic power, a heavy strike utilizing the legs, hips, and core, colliding with a moving target's chin or temple, causing the brain to rattle inside the skull. To rely on targeting vulnerable areas like the eyes, throat, or groin against a charging 230-pound man, Bruce Lee would need an almost impossible level of precision. The margin of error is razor thin, and the actual mechanics of these strikes make them highly unreliable as fight stoppers. Hashtag the myth of the easy eye gouge or throat strike. In theory, the eyes and throat are soft tissue and cannot be conditioned. In reality, hitting them under high-stress chaos is incredibly difficult for several reasons. 1. The flinch reflex. Human beings have deeply hardwired survival reflexes. If a hand flies toward someone's face, they automatically tuck their chin, blink, turn their head, or raise their shoulders. A target as small as an eyeball disappears instantly when the head moves even an inch. 2. The margin of error. To gouge an eye or collapse a trachea, you need exact finger or knuckle placement. If Seagal moves his head slightly, Lee's fingers hit a forehead, a cheekbone, or a hard jawline. At best, this misses. At worst, it breaks Lee's fingers, ruining his ability to punch for the rest of the fight. Adrenaline and the freight train. A 230-pound man moving forward with maximum forward drive will not be stopped by a glancing finger scrape to the face. Adrenaline masks pain. Unless a finger literally enters the eye socket deeply enough to cause structural neurological shock, a heavy opponent will simply absorb the pain and use their momentum to smash through. Hashtag why dirty techniques rarely end fights immediately. We actually do have documentation of these techniques being used under pressure, not in street fight footage, but in early MMA, Veil Tudo, and early UFC, before strict rules were enforced, as well as accidental fouls in modern MMA. 5. Eye pokes. In modern MMA, accidental eye pokes happen frequently. While they hurt and blur vision, they almost never instantly knock a fighter unconscious or stop a forward charge. Fighters routinely fight through them until the referee steps in. 7. Groin strikes. In early UFC history, example, UFC 4, fighters were allowed to strike the groin. In a famous bout, Keith Hackney struck Joe Sun in the groin repeatedly on the ground. Joe Sun did not go unconscious, he endured the pain and kept fighting for a period. A groin strike causes immense pain, but it does not mechanically shut off the brain's motor functions like a clean shot to the chin does. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hashtag how elite would Lee need to be? For Bruce Lee to successfully stop Prime Steven Seagal using only dirty tactics, he would need to possess superhuman situational awareness and accuracy. He would need to be elite enough to 1. Completely anticipate the exact angle of Seagal's head during a rapid, chaotic charge. 2. Maintain perfect hand structure while moving backward or laterally. 3. Thread a needle past Seagal's extended arms to find a target just a few inches wide. Because Lee was physically small, his strikes lacked the raw mass to create a lights-out knockout on a heavyweight through bone and muscle. Therefore, his target had to be precise. If he missed the sweet spot of the chin, or if his finger missed the eye by 2 inches, he would immediately be crushed by Seagal's weight. 14. In short, the margin of error is effectively 0. If the technique is not 100% perfect, the smaller fighter gets tackled, smothered, and beaten. If you are interested, we could look closer at the physics of kinetic energy transfer, force equals mass x acceleration, and why weight classes exist because of it. What happened in early UFC events when smaller martial artists using traditional arts fought larger opponents without weight classes. 15.
So, what I'm saying is you can hate Steven Seagal for being a fraud, for being a wife beater, for being making outlandish claims about his legendary mystical skills, while basically nowadays looking fat and out of shape. That doesn't negate the physics of this particular hypothetical matchup. Okay, you can admire Bruce Lee for what he's done for MMA, for martial arts in general, bringing it towards the limelight, ushering in a new era of pressure testing. Basically, people call him the father of MMA even. But again, if we're going by raw footage, documented feats, neither of them actually have the raw footage and documented feats to back up the claims. What Bruce Lee has in terms of martial prowess is the endorsement of other legit martial artists who actually did compete in full contact martial arts events, which Bruce Lee himself has no real documented footage of. He competed in boxing at a high school level and won as a champion. That's about it. That's not the same as something like a even an amateur boxer with actual footage of their fights to show dominance. The only dominant footage Bruce Lee has is sparring with his own student, light sparring, demo sparring even. So I'm not saying Steven Seagal is better than Bruce Lee. Like even all the circumstantial evidence seem to point that Bruce Lee was indeed the superior martial artist. That doesn't negate the biomechanics of the fight. That doesn't negate a 60-pound weight difference. And, you have to pretend that Steven Seagal is completely incompetent because you don't like him. That he would immediately crumple up, shrivel up, and fold as soon as you hit him. When, the reality is as soon as you hit him, if you're a much smaller guy, you would probably become extremely enraged. And, maybe all the Aikido would fly out the window and he'd just try to maul you like a bear. Which is the exact scenario I'm betting on. Meanwhile, Bruce Lee would need to execute a very perfect game plan in order to strike Steven Seagal multiple times until maybe he's gassed out, or maybe the accumulation of strikes would finally do him in. And we have no documented footage again of Bruce Lee having the knockout or stopping power to stop a heavyweight. We don't even have too much documented information, footage of Bruce Lee knocking out somebody his weight class. Yeah, I'm just stripping away the legend. I'm not even hating on anyone. I'm just stripping away the outlandish claims for both men. Anyways, let's continue talking to Gemini here. So, Gemini, given all these factors we've discussed, do you still believe that an all-out fight favors Bruce Lee? There we go. Nice and simple. Again, we're talking prime Steven Seagal versus prime Bruce Lee. Physical primes.
Based on a strict, realistic evaluation of physics, weight discrepancy, and combat mechanics, no, an all-out fight does not favor Bruce Lee. It heavily favors prime Steven Seagal. 1. When stripping away the movies, the pop culture hype, and the unproven myths of both men, the reality of combat sports and physical science points to a definitive conclusion. ## why the math favors Seagal. Asterisk the 100-pound rule. In the history of modern combat sports, a 100-pound weight advantage is almost impossible to overcome unless the smaller fighter is an elite, world-class submission grappler, like Prime Royce Gracie or Marcelo Garcia, facing
Correct.
someone with zero grappling knowledge. Asterisk the style matchup. Seagal was not an untrained bystander. He was a massive, highly trained heavyweight whose specific martial art, Aikido, focuses entirely on grabbing, balance breaking, and redirection. Lee's arts, Wing Chun and early Jeet Kune Do, prioritize trapping and striking at close to medium range. This plays directly into a heavyweight's desire to clinch. 2, 3, 4, 5. Asterisk the lights out factor. As established, Lee lacked the physical mass to reliably knock out a 230-pound athlete with a single punch unless it was a mathematically perfect strike to the chin. Seagal, however, would only need to grab Lee once, utilize his weight to drag him to the pavement, and let gravity and mass do the work. Hashtag the realistic fight breakdown. If this fight happened 10 times in a real, unscripted environment, 10 simulated all-out fights, plus 8 times Seagal closes distance, absorbs a minor strike, clinches, throws Lee, and smothers him on the ground, plus 2 times Lee successfully uses superior footwork to stay outside, inflicts cumulative damage with low kicks, or lands a perfect counterstrike to the chin as Seagal charges. Hashtag conclusion. While Bruce Lee was a visionary philosopher, a magnificent athlete, and incredibly fast, he was still bound by the laws of physics. In a stylized movie choreography, the faster, smaller hero wins. In an all-out, rule-free fight where a 230-pound trained giant is charging with ill intent, the physical reality of mass, leverage, and the sheer unforgiving nature of a clinch means Steven Seagal wins the vast majority of the time. 6, 7, 8, 9. If you'd like to look deeper into this, we can explore. Asterisk how modern MMA weight classes were established exactly because of matchups like this. Asterisk the specific biomechanics of how a heavy fighter uses top pressure to exhaust a smaller opponent.
Hey, Gemini. You know, Eddie Hall had a fight, an actual MMA fight with 2 smaller guys at once. And the results speak for themselves. The 2 smaller guys just kept running, unable to really land any significant strikes. Like, they were literally running across. Oh, I guess I went too long. We got citations as well. Anyways.
The Eddie Hall 2 vs 1 MMA match from June 2024 is the ultimate, real-world proof of exactly what we just discussed. In that fight, Hall, weighing around 300 pounds, faced the Nefati brothers, 2 trained influencers weighing roughly 140 pounds each, and the physical reality of a massive strength and weight advantage was on full display. 1, 2, 3, 4. During the first 2 rounds, the smaller fighters did exactly what a smaller fighter has to do to survive. They kept running, circled the cage, and refused to engage to avoid being crushed. However, the moment they actually tried to attack or got too close, the massive weight discrepancy completely broke the fight. Hashtag why the Eddie Hall fight proves the point. Asterisk absorbing damage effortlessly. At one point, one of the smaller fighters landed a clean, head kick to Eddie Hall's face. Against a fighter in his own weight class, that kick could have been a knockout. Against Hall, it barely registered. The mass discrepancy acted like armor. Asterisk the physics of the slam. When one of the brothers tried to tackle Hall, Hall simply stood his ground, lifted the 140 pounds man completely off the canvas with ease, and slammed him down with terrifying power. 5, 6, 7. Asterisk the lights out reality. Immediately after the slam, Hall landed a single, devastating punch to the second brother, knocking him completely unconscious. Hashtag applying this to Lee vs Seagal. Your observation about them running and unable to really land anything is the exact loop a smaller fighter gets trapped in. If Bruce Lee spent the fight running and using lateral movement, he might avoid getting caught for a few minutes. But running drains energy, and a smaller fighter has to exert twice as much effort to stay away from a giant who is cutting off the cage or space. The second Lee slowed down, or the second he stopped running to throw a strike, Prime Seagal's 230-pound frame would bridge the gap. Just like the Nefati brothers found out against Eddie Hall, a smaller fighter has to fight a mathematically perfect, flawless match just to stay safe. The heavyweight only needs to successfully close the distance once to end the entire contest. 8. If you are interested, we can look into asterisk the cardio differences between heavyweights and lightweights during a prolonged chase. Asterisk how cage geometry in space,
Lexus,
fighting in a ring versus an open street,
I don't do that.
changes a smaller fighter's ability to run.
Here's where I say, Lexus, shut up. Nah, I wouldn't do that to Bestie. I know somebody does. Anyways. Hey guys, I got the amulet. I love the music. Oops. Hey, that's enough of that. Da da da, da 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 da. Where is Surtees? Hello? Where are you? She's not here. Is she? like this translation is super rough and almost unreadable in places. But that doesn't mean this game is bad. It's bogged down by the rough translation, but enough of the story shines through to make this RPG worthwhile. Is this the end? Not quite. I don't think I'll be beating this game today. Maybe next week. Or maybe this weekend. Or maybe tomorrow. I might push aside Mimana ER Chronicle to do another stream of this. Although Mr. Gonzalez and I will be doing some testing over Discord tomorrow, so I might be late for the stream. Gonna be doing your Action 52 thing tomorrow night. Cool harmonica. This harmonica is older than I am. It belonged to my grandmother. Who gave it to my sister, who gave it to me eventually. Clogged with saliva. Well, you can immerse it in water and then just completely dry it out. That should work. Immerse it in water, or, if you don't feel like it because it might rust, you could use some gentle cleaning agent and a cotton swab and maybe some wet tissue, if not a cloth. Cotton swab and a cloth will do. I think it's very hard to get it clogged with saliva. Like, how small is your harmonica anyway? I love this music. Anyways. There's 5 of them. Oh. Mine is a C harmonica. Let's go. I'll at least go to the Earth Shrine. I didn't do that too. Like that. Hey, I can do that part too. Do I play any instruments? Nope. I was trying to learn some piano earlier this year, but I kinda gave up on the idea because I didn't really have the time, nor the drive. I had some preliminary lessons in piano when I was like in kindergarten. But it was like teaching 5 fingers to play, you know, playing melodies with one hand. Well, you know, even like a kid's piano toy would work if you just want to start learning, as long as you have the right number of keys. Yeah, well, I use that app. It can actually detect when you're playing the right note or not if you plug your piano in. You plug your piano in, it can actually detect when you're playing the right note or not. And basically it trains you in classical pieces. Da da da. Da da. Da 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 Ah yes, it's called Simply Piano. I remember now. It's called Simply Piano. I was using it earlier this year and then getting some lessons from Bestie, who basically told me to do a few exercises for, you know, finger mobility. And at some point I decided, you know what, I need to use the time I'm using for streaming for Something like commissions at the start. Simply Piano works on PC and on phone, so it's pretty good. I'm going to guess going down this place will give me more options. Seems there's some enemies here. Mine is a wooden... how many keys does this have? It's a wooden piano. And it was like, it was cheap. It was like $21, I think, in US dollars. The important thing is that it has actual weighted keys. It doesn't have the right amount of keys though, but it has actual weighted keys. Not sure if you'll be able to hear it if I use the speakers. Usually I plug it in. Let's see if you can hear it. Oh, you know, I don't have a lot of free time during the day. Trying to find C. This does not have 88 keys, of course not. It has like 24 keys. Listen though. Mine looks quite nice though. Let me show ya. Gonna turn on my droid cam. Okay, wait, I have my piano in front. Yeah, oh yeah, those kinds, yeah, I've seen those. It basically just plays itself. Yep. Mute the game. Can't hear it? Okay, fine. You hear it now? No? Meh. Here, take a look. Droid cam turning on. Here we go. How old is this piano? Not even a year. I bought it for myself for December. I bought it as a Christmas present to myself. You see it? It has weighted keys. So, you really can't hear it. It's pretty nice. Like, it has, like, some ports here, and you can just connect it straight to your PC. I guess I need to plug it in to let you hear it, but I don't feel like it right now. It's heavy. Okay. Gotta put that away. It's pretty heavy, so I don't really like plugging it in. That's the other reason I haven't been using it. It uses USB Type-C to power itself. Eh. Yosh. Okay. Let me get back to the game. Let's see how strong these guys are. Bruh, 0? Oh, I guess I need to kill him with magic. Oh, that sucks. Pretty decent keyboard. You could just buy a toy with like 88 keys. That could work if you just want to learn stuff. You know, you're not really committed yet to actually fully learning it. Okay, Aqua Splash. Alright, let's go. It is 4:40. I'll need to finish this next time. I guess I'll finish this next week because I need to get up early and drive tomorrow. So I'll save here. Okay. And yeah. Don't forget to mark your calendars for Friday. And tomorrow I'll be testing it out a bit, so I might be late. Do you like my... Hey. You like my motion capture? I can even dance. Anyways. Yeah, don't forget to mark your calendars for Friday for the interview with Mario Gonzalez, dev of Action 52. I'll be testing it out tomorrow, but the actual interview will be on Friday, and of course the test will not be public. So, with that said, thank you guys for watching today. This has been Elle-C with my bestie Lexus, and also with DJ Ronnie G and Reggie earlier. And we're out of here. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!
こでもないどこでもない静かな隙間にまっすぐなその優しさが私の心をそっとさらった紙に綴った言葉だけが届かぬ想いを空へ運ぶそれでも選んだこの気持ちは誰にも知られなくても静かに咲いてゆけるから報われないと誰が決められるの